time of 0.470 seconds Led by Den leader Melanie Taylor and Scoutmaster Jerry Moan, this is their third appearance at the National Super Kids Classic. The Boy Scout Pack 135 Color Guard. And behind our color guard are 2024 co-pilots. This year we have 13 co-pilots assisting the champs down the hill. 11 of them are from Ohio and 2 are from Pennsylvania. This selfless group of kids volunteers their time to ensure that your champs go down the hill safely and have fun. Let's hear it for our 2024 co-pilots. Up next is our Grand Marshal for today, Cheryl McKissick. Cheryl is our Grand Marshal in memory of Russ Stallnaker. Russ was a man like none other. He was passionate about so many things: family, friends, faith, and of course, the Super Kids. He was a loving, gentle, and caring soul, and not to mention an unrivaled sense of humor and a very deep ornery streak as well. Russ loved being a part of Super Kids and the All-American Soapbox Derby. He drove up and down the hill escorting kids in cars for 14 years. Now, there will be other drivers, but no one like Russ. His dedication and love for this organization was unparalleled, and he will be sorely missed. But we know that he'll be watching and escorting every champ up and down the hill for as long as there are Super Kids. We race today in memory of Russ Stallnaker. And I believe I see up on the hill, Woo-Hoo Willie. Woo-Hoo Willie is here for the 6th time. He is the mascot for the Greater Pennsylvania Super Kids race held in Sharpsville, Pennsylvania. He's also believed to be the only mascot for a local Super Kids organization. And Woo-Hoo Willie loves to be around kids. And I know Woo-Hoo Willie will be around today. So let's welcome Woo-Hoo Willie. Up next, it's the Ohio Miss Amazing Queens. Ohio Miss Amazing provides opportunities for young girls and women with disabilities ages 5 and up throughout the state of Ohio to enhance confidence and self-esteem. Ohio Miss Amazing is part of the nation's largest empowerment program. 7 representatives from Ohio Miss Amazing will be attending the 2024 National Miss Amazing Summit next week in Chicago, Illinois. Their director is Troy Sutton, and joining us today are Abigail Spear, Angel Kraus, Vivian and Violet Prescott, Mackenzie Lewis, Kelly Elkins, Lorenda Robinson, Alicia Myers, and Amber Savage, Ohio's Miss Amazing Queens. And up next, taking a vacation from the North Pole, it's Santa Claus! Looking very festive today, rocking his summer suit. You wouldn't want to wear all that winter stuff in July, right? But Santa Claus, he works hard. He needed a vacation, so he came here to Akron, Ohio to see our Super Kids champs today. So please give a warm welcome to Santa. And also along with Santa, we have from the University of Akron, Zippy. Zippy is the marsupial mascot for the University of Akron and the winner of the 2007 Capital One Mascot of the Year Challenge. To win that challenge, Zippy went furry head to furry head against various birds of prey, mammals, and non-human objects from other universities, and buoyed by thousands of votes from UA fans and others, Zippy went undefeated during the 13-week contest and accepted the winner's green jacket during the halftime show of the Capital One Bowl on New Year's Day in 2008. Zippy also brought home $10,000 for a scholarship fund for UA students. Please welcome Zippy! And behind Zippy, we welcome the Chaparrals. The Chaparrals are under the direction of Laura Taylor, instructed by Maria Renzi, Angela Bellios, Samantha Lucas, Lori Geisick, and Andy Bellios. These children practice year-round and have performed in several states as well as Canada. They've won numerous awards for their outstanding performances throughout the years and have participated in our parade for many years and have become one of the sponsors of the National Super Kids Classic. So we welcome the Chaparrals. Let's hear it one more time for the Chaparrals. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask those who are able to please rise, remove your caps, and direct your attention to the bridge for the singing of our national anthem. The national anthem will be performed today by Nancy Vogt. Nancy is on the board of directors for the National Super Kids and is a member of the Akron Police Department. Nancy Vogt.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave land of the free and the home of the brave.
Let's hear it one more time for Nancy Vogt. And at this time, we would like all champs, please report to topside. We do have buses for you. So if you're in the grandstands, come out of the grandstands, turn left, go down the hill between the grandstands and the headquarters building. We do have some buses available for you to take you to the top. But it is time for all champs to head to the top so we can get racing in the 20th National Super Kids Classic. We are still looking for Brooklyn and Chevelle Doty. So if you are here, please check in at the check-in table by the headquarters building before you go up. Also looking for Alden Odoms, and I think that's it, right? That's it. All right. So if you are one of those three people, and also Ianch Dash, if you're here, we need you to check in as well. And of course, there are so many people that help make this event possible, and we'd like to thank them right now. We'd like to thank the Oriole Lodge. We'd like to thank the Greater Ohio Area Super Kids Classic for their support, as well as the Chaparrals Baton and Drum Corps, Jeffries Towing Auto and Truck, FOP Lodge 7, Pi Kappa Epsilon Lone Star, the FOP Associate Lodge number 6, Miller's Towing, FOP Auxiliary number 1, the Ancient Order of Hibernians, Mark Heffernan, Division 2 of Akron, the Police and Firemen's Insurance Association, the Akron Legal News, J-Rail, the Harding Concordia Lodge 345, the Akron Auto Auction, and Do-It-Yourself Pull-Apart Auto Parts for all of their support of the National Super Kids Classic. Getting close to racing now, and of course, this is such a special event, and it all started back in 1980, as many ideas do, with a question that really didn't have a good answer to it. In 1980, the Vietnam Veterans of America, Chapter 34, had a community project, and they were helping with the soapbox derby. There was a veteran named Dave Milan, and he was working with the racers, and somebody tugged on his shirt, and he turned around, and he saw that a child was trying to get his attention, and his brother was competing in the event, and so the child looked up and said, well, why can't I do that? And, well, there wasn't a really good answer to that question. And Dave's heart was so moved that he started discussing that with other veterans. They got in touch with the All-American, designed the cars for this race, and got ready. And in 1981, the first Super Kids Classic was held in Akron right here at Derby Downs. Now, there were some troublesome moments, things like that, but they were overcome by all the children's smiling faces, their positive attitudes, and their desire to compete. And in the years that followed, they shared the Super Kids experience, got it all over the country, and at the Vietnam Veterans of America Convention in 1989, they passed a resolution to let local chapters across the nation hold Super Kids races in their local communities. So it kept growing year after year, and it started to get bigger and bigger. And on August 9, 2003, the National Super Kids Classic here in Akron became a reality. on the same hill as the All American Soapbox Derby. And in fact, this year and for many years previous, the top champs from today will race tomorrow alongside the champs of the All American Soapbox Derby. We want to give a big thank you to everybody who makes this event a reality. We thanked our sponsors, but of course, all the volunteers that are out here today. You see them wearing the red and blue shirts. We thank them for their support. And of course, each and every one of our champs and each and every family member and supporter that is here today. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you so much for all of your support of the National Super Kids Classic. We'll get going here in just a few minutes. It will be a double elimination race today, so each champ will get at least 2 opportunities to go down the hill. And of course, we will whittle it down today to our top 6 champs of the week. And those top 6 will have the chance to race tomorrow for the championship during the All American Soapbox Derby. So we're very excited for that as well. Stand by. We're getting champs ready to go at topside. We'll get going with the 20th National Super Kids Classic in just a little bit.
Ready. The winning lane is 1 with a time of 0.424. Ready. The winning lane is 2 with a time of 0.407 seconds. Ready.
So we are about to send cars down the hill. We're going to start with our Ohio Miss Amazing Queens. They're going to get their chance to get on the hill first. Then we'll get to our bye runs. All of our champs that have first round buys will get a chance to go down. And then we'll get into some competitive heats. Just about ready for our first Miss Amazing Queens to get on track. Here they come. Make some noise for these Miss Amazing Queens as they get ready to pass in front of the grandstand.
The winning lane is 2. Ready.
We have a few more of those Miss Amazing heats to go, and then we'll start to see champs coming down in bye runs. Here come two more Ohio Miss Amazing Queens down the track.
The winning lane is 2. Ready.
Time for two more Ohio Miss Amazing Queens to get on the hill. Close one, too, between these two Ohio Miss Amazing Queens. Look at this.
The winning lane is 1. Ready.
Here come two more of our Ohio Miss Amazing Queens.
The winning lane is 2. Ready.
Of course, big week or two for these Ohio Miss Amazing Queens. As we mentioned earlier, they're going to Chicago next week for the National Miss Amazing Summit. Here come two more Ohio Miss Amazing Queens.
The winning lane is 1 with a time of 0.100 seconds. Reset the timer. Ready.
And as we wait for our buy runs to get started, we want to welcome everyone watching along on YouTube this morning. The Soapbox Derby folks kind enough to lend their stream to us for the morning. So if there's anybody back home that wants to watch the action today, just tell them to go to the Soapbox Derby YouTube page, and you'll be able to find the live stream. And we have cars in ramps. We are about to start buy runs. We do have several champs that get a first round buy, but we're still going to send them down the track for what is technically their first heat, but we know they're going to win. So we'll run them two at a time, give them that first chance to go down the hill, and then their next time down will be competitive heats. And our first bye run is on track. Ethan Auerda and Owen Derby making their first runs here.
The winning lane is 1 with a time of 0.688 seconds.
So bye run number 1 in the books. Both those champs will advance to the next round in the winner's bracket.
Ready.
And our next bye run, it's going to be Anime Millette and Matthew Sakayaguk. Again, both these champs have byes, but we still want to let them go down the hill just as many times as everybody else. So they're going to get to go down in bye runs. On track for our next bye run, this is Millette and Sakayaguk.
The winning lane is 2 with a time of 0.006 seconds. Ready.
Next up, we have Jordan Hahn and Isabella Silva. This will be a bye run for these champs. Again, both these champs will advance to the next round of the winner's bracket. But in the interest of giving everybody as much time as we can, as apparently we have a, what would that be, a Gulf Stream over there in lane 4? We are on track for this next bye run between Jordan and Bella. Two champs that we'll see again in the winner's bracket for sure.
The winning lane is 1 with a time of 0.455 seconds. Ready.
Our next bye run getting ready to go right now. It'll be Jackson Hill and Owen Cottrill getting ready to go. So another one of our bye runs here as we give these champs the opportunity to get on track.
The winning lane is 2 with a time of 0.779 seconds.
Next up in our bye runs, it'll be Aspen Clark and Marissa Swanson getting ready to go.
Reset the timer. Ready. The winning lane is 1 with a time of 0.217 seconds. Ready.
We've got another bye run on track right now. Good one, too. That's close.
The winning lane is 2 with a time of 0.459 seconds. Reset the timer. Reset the timer.
So what you saw coming down, and we apologize, we didn't get the information in time, but we did just see Braylon Haggerty coming down, and we saw Tristan Knight Dennison on the hill. That was a competitive heat. Tristan Knight Dennison did get that one. So Tristan Knight Dennison will advance in the winner's bracket. We will see Braylon again in the challenger's bracket. So apologies to Braylon and to Tristan for that.
Reset the timer.
Next up in our first round, it is going to be heat number 8. Lane 1 will belong to Greater Ohio's Esther Weekly. Weekly in lane 1. And in lane number 3, it will be from Rochester, New York, Dylan Swanson. Swanson in lane 3. One of 3 of the Racing Swansons with us today.
Reset the timer.
Weekly, a third grader, of course. Favorite animal, the Komodo dragon. Fan of art, science, and soccer. Dylan, meanwhile,
Ready.
our 2018 national champion, loves watching Green Acres and football. So we're seeing champs getting loaded in at the start line right now, getting over towards those cars. Now that we're into competitive heats, we want to cheer these champs on as best we can. So when they're coming down, we want you to get loud. We want you to clap. If you got a cowbell, ring that. I know we've had some cowbells on the property this week. So when they're coming in front of you, let them hear you. Let them hear that they've got support along the side of the track here today when they come down. They'll be coming down here in just a moment. Swanson's loaded in lane number one. Weekly, or excuse me, in lane three. Weekly set to go in lane one. Just about set to go. And we are racing in the National Super Kids Classic. Esther Weekly in lane one, Dylan Swanson in lane three. Here they come. Close competition so far. Things will move around a bit as they get to the flat part of the course past that tunnel. Here they come to the finish line. Make some noise for them.
The winning lane is 2 with a time of 0.306 seconds.
And that is Dylan Swanson moving on to the next round. In our winners
Ready.
bracket, we'll see Esther again in the challengers bracket. Next up, it's going to be Heat 14 in lane one, representing Greater Ohio. It'll be Kaylin Hall. Hall in lane one. And in lane number three, representing Quakertown, Ohio, Zoe Mitchell. Mitchell in lane three. Hall, a 10th grader, told us there's a small petting zoo, 6 cats, 3 dogs, and 2 betta fish. Favorite animal, a shark. Don't tell the betta fish that. Mitchell, meanwhile, a 7th grader, favorite food, no bake cookies. Good call. They are on track now. It is Hall in lane one. It is Mitchell in lane three. And looking good so far. Looks like lane three might have a little bit of an edge. Yes, as they cross over the tunnel here. Coming in for the finish.
The winning lane is 2 with a time of 0.697 seconds.
So it'll be Zoe Mitchell moving on to the next round. Mitchell advances in the winner's bracket, and Hall will go to the challenger's bracket.
Ready.
Next up is still to be determined. Up next, it's Heat 16 in lane number 1 from Sharpsville, Pennsylvania, Chevy Brown. Brown in lane 1, and in lane 3 from Durham, Canada, Brennan Derby. Derby in lane 3. Brown, an 8th grader, a soccer player, a basketball player. Likes to play video games and play Monopoly. Derby, meanwhile, 8th grader, has a cat, Max, a dog, Piper, and brothers, Owen and Alex. Did he intentionally put the siblings next to the pets like that? Was that by design? Halfway home between these two champs. Got a good one here. Watch this result. This one's going to be close. Here they come.
The winning lane is 2 with a time of 0.2.
And it is Brennan Derby moving on. Derby to the next round in the winner's bracket out of lane number 3. We'll see Chevy Brown again in the challengers bracket.
Ready.
We'll have a bye run up next. It'll be Justin Rhoda and Jack Clark. Again, two champs that have first round buys, but we still want to get them in the cars, get them down the hill. We'll do that here in just a moment as we get cars moving over towards the ramps. And boy, oh boy, couldn't ask for a better day to do this either. It is beautiful outside. The people on the bridge are saying that they're cold, but that's because we're in the shade. It's always 10 degrees cooler on the bridge than it is everywhere else on the property, which usually is a good thing this time of year. This year, I guess it depends. But we've had a little bit of everything out here this week. And for those of you who've been here all week, you know what we're talking about. What was it? Wind on Tuesday, biblical rain on Wednesday. Yesterday was pretty solid. Now today, pretty solid. So I think we're good to go for today and tomorrow. So Justin Rhoda and Jack Clark on track for their bye run. So good to see Rhoda and Clark out here. Rhoda, our 2022 national champion.
The winning lane is 1. Ready.
So we see cars loading into ramps again. We're getting ready for Heat 17 in the winner's bracket. Lane 1, representing Wild West Soapbox Derby out of Nebraska, it's Ethan Auerda. Auerda in lane 1. And in lane number 3, from Rochester, New York, it is Ryan Swanson. Swanson in lane 3. Ethan, an 11th grader, told us he enjoys repairing and building things, especially vehicles, and his favorite show, classic trucks. Swanson, also an 11th grader, fan of home improvement shows and art projects. Ryan told us his favorite food is lobster, a man with good taste. And here they come. It's Auerda in lane 1. It's Ryan Swanson in lane 3. Couple outstanding champs from a couple outstanding Derby families coming down the hill right now. Very close between these two. And as they flatten out into the grandstand area, this one's going to be close.
The winning lane is 1 with a time of
And
0.
lane 1 got it. Ethan Auerda by less
seconds.
Then 100th of a second, 0.096, the interval. Less than a tenth, the gap between Auerda and Swanson. So Auerda moves on in the winner's bracket, and Swanson will head to the challenger's bracket. Good racing between those two. Next up, it'll be Heat 18. In lane 1, it's going to be from Durham, Canada, Owen Derby. Derby in lane 1. And in lane number 3, from Ohio Valley, it's Chevelle Doty. Doty in lane 3. And this is pretty cool. Owen and his brother Brendan, I should say, became the champions of the East with their sled hockey team. Came in first place in sled hockey this year. Very cool. Chevelle, a fan of swimming, Heartland, playing skip-bow, or playing Roblox, as well as track. As we have champs all loaded in now. And we are racing. Owen Derby in lane 1, Chevelle Doty in lane number 3. Here they come. Looks like maybe a slight edge for lane 1, but things tend to sort themselves out once you cross the tunnel. That's where you start to see the movement. That's where you see the race results shape up. Here comes the finish.
The winning lane is
And that is
1.
Owen Derby moving on to the next round in the winner's bracket. Derby takes the win in lane 1.
7.
We'll see Chevelle
seconds.
Doty again in the challengers
Ready.
bracket. Next up, it will be Heat 19. In lane number 1, it is going to be from Bowling Green, Kentucky, Anime Millette. Millette in lane 1. And in lane number 3, from Houston, Texas, Ianch Dash. Dash in lane 3. Millette, a second grader, fan of playing with Barbies, reading, and swimming. And they are on track. Millette lane 1, Dash lane 3. Dash told us they stay active by jumping on the trampoline and keeping their mind engaged with puzzles. Cool stuff there. Here we go. Like lane 1 out front as they come down to the halfway marker. These champs across the tunnel. Here's the finish line for Millette and Dash, and it is Anime Millette.
With a time of 0.
Millette moves on to the next round from lane number 1.
9. Ready.
And we'll see Dash again in the challengers bracket a little bit later on today. Coming up next, it'll be heat number 20. Lane number 1. From Cleveland, Ohio, it's Matthew Sakayaguk. Sakayaguk in lane 1. And in lane number 3, from Sharpsville, Pennsylvania, it's Jay Yanek. Yanek in lane 3. Matthew, a 12th grader, a fan of Star Wars and hockey. In fact, I do believe I've called that name a couple times before. And not just here at Derby Downs, Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, too. Yannick, a 7th grader, a fan of country music, riding bikes, and soccer. They're getting those champs set to go. We've got Sakayaguk aboard his car. We'll get Jay loaded up. And looks like we got Jay just about loaded in. And we are racing. Matthew Sakaguk in lane 1, Jay Yannick in lane number 3. Champs from Ohio and Pennsylvania in this one. Looking good so far. They get down to the tunnel. Looks like we've got a slight edge for lane 3 of Yannick. Here they come to the finish line. And yes, it is. Jay Yannick will advance to the next round of the winner's bracket. Yannick, your winner in lane number 3. And we'll see Matthew Sakaguk again in the challengers bracket.
Ready.
It'll be Heat 21 up next. In lane number 1, from Piedmont, Virginia, it's Jordan Hahn. Hahn in lane 1. And in lane number 3, from Quakertown, Ohio, Will Champlin III. Champlin III in lane 3. Hahn looking forward to continuing his education at a trade school, tech school this fall. Fan of composing music and playing video games. Will, an 11th grader, active participant in the Columbiana County Special Olympics as well as his high school marching band. So a couple musicians in this heat. Looks like Hahn just about set to go. Getting the hatch closed on the Will Champlin III machine. And we are racing. Jordan Hahn, lane 1. Will Champlin III in lane 3. A champ out of Virginia and a champ out of Ohio. Here they come. Looks like a little bit of an edge for Champlin at the halfway marker. Racing down. Here comes the finish, and it is Will Champlin III.
Lane is 2.
Moving on to the next round of the winner's bracket.
Ready.
Champlin, your winner in lane 3, and we'll see Jordan Hahn again in our challengers bracket a bit later on. Heat 22 up next. Lane 1 from Greater Ohio, it's Tristan Knight Dennison. Knight Dennison in lane 1. And in lane number 3 from Sharpsville, Pennsylvania, it's Lexi Connors. Connors in lane 3. Knight Dennison, a fan of football and swimming. Favorite subjects in school, science and gym class. Lexi's favorite sport, bocce ball, also a fan of baseball and bowling, and likes to play Uno. And also likes to listen to Luke Bryan. Good choice. I have long said we should give the champs the aux one year and see what they do with it. Because I think we'd have a pretty good playlist. Xander Nyhart's up here saying, oh, no. I think they do all right with it. Xander, are you not a Luke Bryan fan? Not really? Okay, fair enough. All right, getting these champs set. And we are racing. Knight Dennison in lane 1. Connors in lane 3. Close so far. Maybe an edge for lane number 1 as they get down towards the halfway point. Coming down across the tunnel now. Here is the finish between Knight Dennison and Connors. Here they come.
The winning
Give it to Tristan Knight Dennison in lane number 1. Knight Dennison advancing in the winner's bracket.
9, 8.
But of course, we'll see Lexi Connors again in the challengers bracket a little bit later. Heat 24 up next. In lane number 1 from Orchard Park, New York, Dylan Swanson. Swanson in lane 1. And in lane number 3 from Hopkinsville, Kentucky, it's Alden Odoms. Odoms in lane 3. Dylan, our 2018 National Super Kids Classic champion. Our fan of Green Acres and football, Odoms. A fan of singing and dancing, especially to Disney song tracks. Big fan of Disney is Alden. Told us his hero is Jessie the Cowgirl from Toy Story. And it looks like both champs are on board now. And they are racing. Dylan Swanson in lane 1, Alden Odoms in lane 3. As they make their way down, close one between these two. Looks like maybe a slight edge for Odoms in lane 3. He looks back, and he's got the win. Alden Odoms moves on to the next round.
0.607.
And we'll see Swanson again in the challengers bracket. Heat 25 getting set to go next. Lane 1 from Port Jervis, New York. It'll be Bella Silva. Silva in lane 1. And in lane 3 from Quakertown, Ohio, it's Darren Sims. Sims in lane 3. Silva, 9th grader. Interests include music, softball, cheerleading, swimming, kayaking, biking, and softball. Sims, a 4th grader. A gamer, a soccer player, plays Omni Chaser. Likes science, playing with his dog, and eating burgers. Good man, don't we all? And you're in the right town for burgers. I'm sure Darren knows that by now, being from the Quakertown group. But Akron, Ohio, the right town if you're a burger lover. I'll tell you that much. I'm not going to dive into the debate over who has the best, although one of them has been here with their food truck all week. Just saying. It's been said that the hamburger was invented here in Akron, Ohio. I think there's a couple cities that lay claim to that, but they're wrong. It was invented here, the original. At least that's what I'm saying. And we are racing between Silva and Sims. Champs from New York and Ohio making their way down. Good racing so far. Very close racing as well. Here they come in for the finish. Who's it going to be?
The winning lane is.
It is lane number 3 of Darren Sims.
1:8:0.
Sims moving on to the next round from lane number 3. And we'll see Bella Silva again in the challengers bracket. Congratulations to Darren Sims. We have a test run on track right now. A champ getting ready for tomorrow's 86th running of the First Energy All-American Soapbox Derby. Of course, 6 of our Super Kids champs will be joining them tomorrow.
Ready.
Heat 26 is next in lane 1. From Cleveland, Ohio, it's Jackson Hill. Hill in lane 1. And in lane 3 from Madisonville, Kentucky, it's Caden Hankins. Hankins in lane 3. Hill told us he has an eye for cars, can name most makes and models on the road, remembers the type of car everyone he meets drives. Hankins, a 5th grader, fan of playing basketball, playing Fortnite, and watching The Rookie. And they are racing. Hill in lane 1, Hankins in lane 3. Champs from Ohio and Kentucky keeping it close as they get down towards halfway. Here they come, maybe a slight edge. It is a slight edge for lane 3. Here's the finish.
The winning
They look
lane
like they're having
is
fun.
2. With a time
It's going to
of
be Caden Hankins moving on to the next
0.4,
round.
8, 7
Hankins
seconds.
advances in the winner's bracket from lane 3.
Ready.
And Jackson Hill will move over to the challengers bracket. Heat 28 will be next. Lane number 1 from Wild West South Box Derby in Nebraska, it's Owen Cottrill. Cottrill in lane 1. And in lane number 3 from Portage County, Ohio, it's Bryson Bright. Bright in lane number 3. Bright, the defending champion of the National Super Kids Classic in lane 3. Owen in lane 1, a fan of playing Minecraft, swimming, watching TV, particularly Jurassic Camp. His favorite animal is dinosaurs, so that makes sense. Bright, a fan of basketball, Roblox, and the WWE. So I got to think, Bryson being from Portage County, if he's a fan of WWE, this is about to be a good few weeks for him with SummerSlam coming to town and all. We're getting these champs set to go here. And we are racing. Cottrell in lane 1, Bright in lane number 3. Nebraska and Ohio represented on track right now. And a close one thus far. Here they come across the tunnel. Like a bit of an edge for lane 1. Here they come.
The winning lane is
Indeed.
1.
Owen Cottrell moving on to the next round.
0.27.
So we'll see Owen again in the winner's bracket. And Bryson Bright will move over to the challengers bracket. Heat 29 coming up next. In lane number 1 from Des Moines, Iowa, Aspen Clark. Clark in lane 1. And in lane 3 from the Ohio Valley, it's Brooklyn Doty. Doty in lane 3. Clark, a third grader, a horseback rider, also a fan of playing Candyland and completing puzzles. Brooklyn, one of our 2 racing Doties here today. Brooklyn told us favorite subject is art. She loves to draw, watch anime, easy for me to say, and enjoys track. And we are racing. Aspen Clark in lane 1, Brooklyn Doty in lane number 3. It's Iowa versus Ohio in this one. Close so far. Looks like lane 3 with a short lead. Here they come down to the finish line.
The winning lane.
And it is lane number 3 of Brooklyn Doty moving on to the next round in the winner's bracket.
4
Doty gets the win.
Seconds. Ready.
And Aspen Clark will move to the challengers bracket. Up next, it will be Heat 30 in lane one, representing Quakertown. It's Zoe Mitchell. Mitchell in lane one. And in lane three, from King George, Virginia, Henry Niemi. Niemi in lane number three. Mitchell, our fan of no-bake cookies. Also a fan of riding horses and equestrian, drawing and hunting. Niemi, a fan of swimming and playing Minecraft. Enjoys trying new foods, he says, but likes hot dogs. Can't go wrong with the old classic, right? Camps getting settled into their cars. So getting set for our next heat. We are off and racing. Making their way down right now. It is Mitchell in lane 1, Niemi in lane number 3. And as they cross the finish line, it is
the winning lane is
Zoe Mitchell in
State
lane number
time
1, moving on to the next round.
0.166
Mitchell
seconds.
takes the win and
Ready.
will stay in the winner's bracket. We'll move Niemi over to the challenger's bracket. Heat 31 coming up next. Lane number 1 from Orchard Park, New York, Marissa Swanson. Swanson in lane 1, and in lane number 3, it'll be from Greater Ohio, Adelie Schellenbarger. Schellenbarger in lane 3. Swanson, a fan of basketball, Barbies, and playing outside with her brothers Ryan and Dylan, who are here today. Schellenbarger, a fan of swimming, writing, crafting, and Twister. So Schellenbarger looking set to go, just getting Swanson loaded up now. Both champs loaded in. And we're racing. Swanson in lane 1, Schellenbarger in lane 3. As these champs from New York and Ohio make their way down. Looks close so far, but things start to sort themselves out as you cross the tunnel. Coming down to the finish line, here is the result.
The winning lane is 1. With a
Lane
time
1 got it.
0.
Marissa Swanson by 69 one-thousandths of a second. In lane number 1, Swanson will advance in the winner's bracket, and it'll be Schellenbarger moving to the challenger's bracket.
Ready.
So one more heat to go in round 2 of the winners bracket. And then it's lunchtime. But first, it'll be in lane number 1 from Durham, Canada, Brennan Derby. Derby in lane 1. And in lane number 3 from Sharpsville, Pennsylvania, Gavitt McLaren. McLaren in lane number 3. Derby, an 8th grader. We mentioned the Derby family sled hockey success. First place this year in the Ontario Sled Hockey Association. So congratulations to them. McLaren, a 5th grader, fan of the color red, favorite animal eagle, also said he loves French fries. Good choice. Getting these champs set to go. I don't know if we have French fries with lunch today. I don't believe so. I think we got Papa John's pizza for lunch today. We appreciate Papa John's. These champs on track. It's Brendan Derby in lane 1. Gavin McLaren in lane 3. Like Derby with a slight lead in lane 1. Here they come in front of the grandstands. Here comes the finish line, and it is lane number 1, Brennan Derby.
With a time of
Derby takes the win in lane 1 and will advance in the winner's bracket. And Gavin McLaren will move over to the challengers bracket. So that concludes round number 2 of the winner's bracket. And at this point, we are going to break for lunch. So we'll be back with you in just a little while. We thank Papa John's Pizza for taking care of our champs here today. And for our spectators, it does appear that Papa John's is open right along the side of the track. And I see the Ohio's Best Lemonade stand there as well, but the window on the stand is blocked by the tent. So I hope they're open because Ohio's Best Lemonade is delicious. So grab some lunch. We'll be back with you in just a little bit to continue the 20th National Super Kids Classic here at Derby Downs.
Ready.
Hey, Jason. They want to start racing about 12:15. Last time I saw you, you were in Mesmer.
No. You're fine. I was going to get us another pizza. They were out, and I got stopped by. Oh, awesome. Somebody brought another one. Cool. Not that right. Ooh, got napkins on?
There actually was. It was just underneath the pizza.
Sales out of school, but they got a whole container regardless. Papa John's.
Pizza. They didn't put it in the box.
You hear me?
Jason back, so we're ready.
We are just a few minutes away from getting back started here. So we encourage you to hurry up, get your Papa John's, get your Ohio's Best Lemonade. And then it's time to get your backside trackside. We're going back to racing in the National Super Kids Classic in just a few minutes. And before we get back going, we would like to thank our sponsors one more time. The Orioles Lodge, thank you so much for everything that they do for us here at the National Super Kids Classic. We also want to thank the Chaparrals Baton and Drum Corps, the FOP Lodge 7, Jeffries Towing Auto and Truck, Pi Kappa Epsilon Lone Star, FOP Associate Lodge number 6, and FOP Auxiliary number 1, Miller's Towing, Mark Heffernan, the Ancient Order of Hibernians, Division 2, the Police and Firemen's Insurance Association, the Ohio Legal News, J-Rail, the Harding Concordia Lodge 345, Akron Auto Auction, and do-it-yourself pull-apart used auto parts. We're going to get back to racing in the Challengers bracket. This will be Heat 40 getting ready to go first. Lane 1, it'll be from Greater Ohio, Esther Weekly. Weekly in lane 1. And in lane number 3 from Port Jervis, New York, Bella Silva. Silva in lane 3. Got to shout out the families here. Oftentimes we do get the info on the families too. Shout out to Esther's brothers, Thomas and Max, and Esther's cat named Tiggy. Bella Silva, meanwhile, the pets count as family too, right? Absolutely. 2 Chihuahua mixes named Andre and Snoopy for Bella Silva. And we are racing. It's Esther Weekly in lane 1, Bella Silva in lane 3. Our first competitive heat in the Challengers bracket today at the National Super Kids Classic. Racing down towards the finish right now. Looks like lane 1 has the edge. Here they come across the finish line, and it is lane number 1
The winning
of
lane
Esther
is
Weekly.
with a time
So
of
Weekly will advance to the next round in the Challengers bracket.
3 seconds.
And we thank Bella Silva for being with us. Great
Ready.
racing today. Heat 46 is next in lane 1 from Greater Ohio. It's Kalen Hall. Hall in lane 1. And in lane number 3 from Houston, Texas, it's Ianch Dash. Dash in lane 3. So getting set to go between Hall and Dash. Hatches closed, just about set to go. And we're racing. Kalen Hall in lane 1, Ianch Dash in lane 3. We'll shout out Kalen's brother, Jeffrey. Ianch told us some favorite things to do, watching PBS and eating pizza. That's good news because that's what we were doing for the last half hour. Here comes the finish line between Hall and Dash. And it's going to be lane number 1.
The winning lane is 1.
Of Kalen Hall.
0.9.
Hall, your winner in lane 1.
2 seconds.
So Kalen will move on in the challengers bracket. And we thank Ianch for being with us here today at the National Super Kids Classic.
Ready.
Next on the ramps in lane number 1. Next on the ramps in lane number 1. From Sharpsville, Pennsylvania, it's Chevy Brown. Brown in lane 1. And in lane number 3, from Rochester, New York, it's Ryan Swanson. Swanson in lane 3. Shout out to Chevy's siblings, Seth, Michael, Charles, Michaela, and Matthew. In fact, I think their cheering section, I think that's them right down underneath here, isn't it? Right down here at the finish line. Good to see you guys out here today. And Ryan, of course, his siblings racing with us today. Dylan and Marissa, they are on track right now. It's Brown in lane 1, Ryan Swanson in lane 3. Looking close thus far. They get down across the tunnel. Things start to shake themselves out once you go over that tunnel. Here comes the finish line. And it is close.
The winning lane is
But give it to lane number 1 of Chevy Brown.
0.08.
Brown, your winner,
seconds.
advances in the challengers bracket. And we thank Ryan Swanson for being out here with us today.
Ready.
Next up, it's going to be Heat 49 in lane 1 from Sharpsville, Pennsylvania, Gavin McLearn. McLearn in lane 1. And in lane number 3 from Greater Ohio, it's Adelie Schellenbarger. Schellenbarger in lane 3. We shout out Gavin's brother Kaysen, Gavin's dog Stella, as well as Adelie's two brothers Jacob and Jensen, and cat Shadow Moon. And we are racing. It's McLearn in lane 1. It's Schellenbarger in lane 3. Pennsylvania versus Ohio in this one. And still close as we get down to halfway. They pass the tunnel. Who is it going to be? Got a close one in this one.
The winning lane is 2 with a time of 0.
And it's a dead
0,
heat.
0, 0 seconds.
A dead heat between those two champs. How about that? A dead heat between Gavin McLearn and Adelie Schellenbarger. I'm not sure I've seen a dead heat out here at the National Super Kids Classic before. So we'll have to send those two champs back up. We'll try that one again.
Reset the timer.
Next up in lane 1 from King George, Virginia, Henry Niemi. And in lane number 3, it is from Des Moines, Iowa, Aspen Clark. Clark in lane number 3.
Ready.
And we are racing. Niemi lane 1. Aspen Clark in lane 3. We shout out Henry's sisters Ellen, Alice, brothers Samuel and Edmund, dogs Bambi and Ginger, and guinea pigs Snowball and Oreo. Clark's brothers Christian, Cooper, Kai, and Caleb, sisters Riley and Marissa, and service dog Osby. Here they come down to the finish line. It looks like it's going to be, and it is, lane number 3
2
of Aspen Clark.
0.2.
Clark, the winner.
0 seconds.
So Aspen Clark will advance to the next round of the Challengers bracket.
Ready.
And we congratulate Henry Niemi on some great racing today. Heat 51 is next. Lane 1 from Portage County, Ohio, Bryson Bright. Bright in lane 1, and in lane number 3 from Athens, Tennessee, it's Braylon Haggerty. Haggerty in lane 3. We'll shout out Bryson's older sister, as well as Braylon's 3 sisters, Lily, Lena, and Krya. Braylon's cat, Pudge, Braylon's dog, Scooby, and 4 grown siblings. We also asked these champs who their superheroes are. Bryson said Spider-Man. Braylon Haggerty said his hero is God. Good answer. Just about set to go between these two champs. And we are racing. It's Bright in lane 1, Haggerty in lane 3. Champs from Ohio and Tennessee racing in this one in the challengers bracket. And as they make their way down, it looks like a slight lead for lane number 1. Here comes the finish.
The winning lane
And yes, it is Bryson Bright in lane number 1.
0.3.
Lane number 1 of Bright takes the win and moves on in the challengers bracket.
Ready.
And we congratulate Braylon Haggerty on a great day of racing out here today. All right, we're going to see if we can settle that dead heat from a moment ago. Lane 1, it'll be from Sharpsville, Pennsylvania, Gavin McLearn. McLearn in lane 1. Check that. They're going to flip the lane. So McLearn will be in lane 3, which means that in lane 1, it'll be from Greater Ohio, Adelie Schellenbarger. Schellenbarger in lane 1, McLearn in lane 3. These two champs just a few moments ago raced to a dead heat. Our timer goes all the way out to the 1,000th of a second. And I was just talking to the folks on the bridge. This is my, I believe, 5th National Super Kids Classic, but there are people standing next to me with a lot more. And nobody can come up with an instance where we've seen a dead heat in the National Super Kids Classic. So we'll stand by while we get those champs loaded in. And they're off and racing to settle that dead heat. Schellenbarger in lane 1, McLaren in lane 3. We swapped lanes after that dead heat. Same co-pilots, though, and it's close again thus far. As they race down towards the finish, your winner in this one is
The winning lane.
lane number 1,
one.
Adelise
With a time of
Schellenbarger.
0.09
Schellenbarger wins by
six
.096, so another close one. We'll see Schellenbarger again in the challengers bracket.
Ready.
But congratulations to Gavin McLeod for making National Super Kids Classic history there. The first that we can figure out dead heat in the National Super Kids Classic. Heat 52 next in the challengers bracket. Lane 1, it's going to be from Cleveland, Ohio, Jackson Hill. Hill in lane 1. And in lane 3, from Greater Ohio, Esther Weekly. Weekly in lane 3. Told you earlier, Jackson can name most makes and models on the road, and he'll remember the type of car that everyone he meets drives. Also loves baseball, watching YouTube and Roblox. We asked these champs for their heroes. Esther told us her hero, Saint Joan of Arc. So Hill getting set in lane 1, Weekly getting set in lane 3. And we are racing. It's Hill in lane 1, Weekly in lane 3. Couple of champs from Ohio going at it here. And it looks like lane 3 with the edge so far as they cross halfway. Down over the tunnel. In front of the grandstands, here's the finish line. And it is lane number 3 of Esther Weekly.
With a time of
Weekly takes the win in lane number 3 and moves on in the challengers bracket.
seconds.
And we congratulate Jackson Hill on a job well done out here today. Next up will be a bye run for Dylan Swanson, our 2018 National Super Kids Classic champion. Bye run in the challengers bracket. And Dylan Swanson on track right now. Again, a bye run in the Challengers division, so we'll see Dylan again in a little bit.
Ready.
Next up in our Challengers bracket, lane 1 from Sharpsville, Pennsylvania, Lexi Connors. Connors in lane 1. And in lane number 3, from Piedmont area, Virginia, Jordan Hahn. Hahn in lane 3. Lexi told us favorite show is Dr. Oakley. Got to shout out the family and the pets of Jordan, Jordan's brother Damon, and 2 bearded dragons named Pharaoh and Spyro. Told us his favorite animal is the hummingbird. His hero is his mom. And we are racing. Lexi Connors and Jordan Hahn on track right now. Connors in 1, Hahn in lane number 3. Racing down towards the finish line. Lane 3 with the edge. Here they come. And it is lane number 3 of Jordan Hahn.
Time of
Hahn takes the win in lane number 3 and advances in the Challengers bracket. And we congratulate Lexi Connors on a great day of racing, our Luke Bryan fan. Attention on the grounds, we have a blue Subaru in the parking lot. License plate KBT 6138. Your car is running. That license plate again, a blue Subaru KBT 6138. Your vehicle is running. Next up in lane 1, it's going to be from Cleveland, Ohio, Matthew Sakayaguk. Sakayaguk in lane 1. And in lane 3, from Greater Ohio, Kaylin Hall. Hall in lane 3. As we continue in the Challengers bracket here, we'll shout out Matthew's brothers, David, Brandon, Andrew, Justin, and Nathan. His dogs, Biscuit, Cookie, Cracker, and Elise, and bearded dragon named Drago. We'll shout out the Hall family petting zoo, 6 cats, 3 dogs, 2 betta fish, and Kaylin's brother, Jeffrey. I don't think Jeffrey counts as part of the small petting zoo that Kalen was referring to. Although I haven't asked Kalen for confirmation on that. Set to go. We are racing between Sakayagik and Hall. Challengers bracket action here. As we see these two champs close together at the halfway line. They race across the tunnel. We got another close heat on our hands here between Sakayagik and Hall. Who's it going to be? It is lane number 3 of Kalen Hall.
A time of 0.
So Kalen Hall will advance to the next round. And we thank Matthew Sakayagik for being with us here today. Matthew from one of the great Derby families, the Sakayagik family. Appreciate him being here. Next up in lane number 1, it will be from Ohio Valley, Brooklyn Doty. Correct that, Chevelle Doty, my apologies. Chevelle Doty in lane 1. And in lane number 3 from Sharpsville, Pennsylvania, it's Chevy Brown. Brown in lane 3. We'll shout out Chevelle's sister, Brooklyn, who is here today, along with 2 dogs and a rabbit. We told you about Chevy's siblings a little bit ago. Also his 3 dogs, Jasper, Hunter, and Ozzy. Chevy's hero is Flash. It'll be Chevelle Doty in lane 1. Chevy Brown in lane 3. And they're racing. Chevelle Doty, lane 1. Chevy Brown, lane 3. We continue in our challengers bracket here. And it looks like lane 1 with an early edge. Still plenty of time for Chevy. Here they come. And they race across the finish line.
The winning lane is.
And it is lane number 1.
Time of
Chevelle Doty moving on. So congratulations to Chevelle moving on to the challengers bracket. And we congratulate Chevy Brown on a great afternoon here today. We're going to move back to the winners bracket now. We move back over to the winners bracket now in lane 1. Representing Wild West Soapbox Derby from Nebraska, Ethan Auerda. Auerda in lane 1. And in lane 3, from Durham, Canada, Owen Derby. Derby in lane 3. Of course, we know Owen's brother Brennan. Owen's also training not only a hockey player, we told you a sled hockey player earlier, but also training in the discipline of Muay Thai boxing. Very cool. We asked Ethan's hero. Ethan's hero is Dan Apostle, a family friend and mechanic. And Ethan's sister Audrey and brother Dylan, perennial Derby champs along with Ethan. Ethan also has two cats named Everest and Pepper. And we're racing. It's Hourda in lane 1, Owen Derby in lane 3. A couple of very experienced Super Kids champs in this one. Racing their way down, Hourda and Derby. Close, but it looks like lane 1 with the edge. Here they come, and it is lane number 1 of Ethan Hourda.
With a time of
Hourda takes the win in lane 1 and moves on in the winner's bracket. But we'll see Owen Derby again over in the challengers bracket. So as we get everybody cleared out of run out, do want to thank Toth Buick GMC for providing our return vehicles here this weekend. Our champs riding in style in those beautiful GMC trucks from Toth Buick GMC. Next up in our winners bracket in lane 1 from Bowling Green, Kentucky, it'll be Anime Millette. Millette in lane 1. And in lane 3 from Sharpsville, Pennsylvania, it's Jay Yannick. Yannick in lane 3. And I got to say, both these champs have good taste. Anime put eating mac and cheese down as one of her favorite activities. Jay said favorite foods, hot dog, chicken, and pierogies. Jay's in the right part of the country for that, that's for sure. A little Barberton chicken, maybe head up towards Cleveland, get some pierogies, go up to Parma, you know. Looks like Millette just about set to go, getting Yannick situated in lane 3. And it sounds like somebody's got a cheering section up there. We can hear you down at the finish line. Let me hear you make some more noise. And we are racing. It's Anime in lane 1. It's Jay in lane 3. As our champs from Kentucky and Pennsylvania race in the winner's bracket. Coming down towards the finish. It's close at the start. Looks like lane 3 has opened up a bit of an edge, and it is lane number 3
lane is
of Jay Yannick.
a time of 0.
Yannick, your winner in lane 3.
2.
Jay moves on in the winner's bracket, and we'll slide Anime over to the challengers bracket. Heat 59 is next. Lane 1, it'll be from Quakertown, Ohio, Will Champlin the second. Champlin the second in lane 1. And in lane 3, from Greater Ohio, it's Tristan Knight Dennison. Knight Dennison in lane 3. So Champlin the second getting set to go. Fan of football and watching Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Has a golden doodle named Gunnar Thomas. Knight Dennison. Shout out his 3 sisters, 4 brothers, and 1 dog. Kristen said his hero, the Amazing Spider-Man. They are racing. It's Champlin the second in lane 1. Knight Dennison in lane 3. Close so far. Looks like maybe lane 3 just a bit ahead. As they race down to the finish line, it is lane number 3 of Tristan Knight Dennison.
A time of 0.
Knight Dennison advances in our winner's bracket.
Seconds. Ready.
And that'll move Champlin the second over to the challengers bracket. Again, if you're just joining us here at Derby Downs or on YouTube, we do race double elimination, single lane double elimination here in the National Super Kids Classic. We'll whittle it down to our top 6 champs, and they'll come back tomorrow as part of the festivities in the 86th First Energy All-American Soapbox Derby. Next up in lane number 1 from Akron, Ohio, it's Justin Rhoda. Rhoda in lane 1. And in lane 3 from Hopkinsville, Kentucky, it's Alden Odoms. Odoms in lane 3. Another heat in our winner's bracket, 3rd round of our winner's bracket. We'll shout out Rhoda's siblings, Ashley and Colton. In fact, Justin, Ashley, and Colton are triplets. They also have 3 horses, 2 goats, 2 cats, 2 dogs. Odoms with 2 brothers and 4 dogs. They are on track and racing. It's Rhoda in lane number 1. Odoms in lane 3. It looks like a slight edge for lane one as they flatten off in front of the grandstands. Here they come.
The winning lane
It is Justin Rhoda in
Big
lane number
time of
one,
0.
who will move on in the winner's bracket. Rhoda, your winner.
8 seconds.
And that'll move Odoms to the challengers bracket. But our 2022 national champion is moving on.
Ready.
Heat 72 is next. Lane one from Quakertown, Ohio is Darren Sims. Sims in lane one. And in lane number 3 from Madisonville, Kentucky, it's Caden Hankins. Hankins in lane 3. Shout out Darren's brother as well as his dog Sammy, 2 cats, Georgie and Jilly. Darren told us his hero is Mr. Beast. Hankins, meanwhile, 3 siblings, Hannity, Matthias, and Skylar, 2 dogs. I hope I pronounced this right. Loki and Charlie? I hope I said that right. His hero is the Flash. So getting set to go now. And we are racing. It's Darren Sims in lane 1. Caden Hankins in lane 3. Close thus far. Here they come. Going to be a good heat between these two as they cross the finish line. It is lane number 3 of Caden Hankins.
0.
Hankins, your winner in
2,
lane 3,
6,
moves on in the winner's
7
bracket.
seconds.
And so that'll move Darren Sims over to the challengers bracket.
Ready.
Next up in lane 1 in our winner's bracket from Owensboro, Kentucky, it is Jack Clark. Clark in lane 1. And in lane 3, representing Wild West Soapbox Derby out of Nebraska, it's Owen Cottrill. We'll shout out Owen's siblings as he gets ready to race in lane 3. Shaylee, Emmett, Maddox, and Isaiah, 3 cats, socks silver and blue. Jack Clark has an older sister, Blakely, along with a dog, Kira, and a cat named Monkey. And we are racing. Clark in lane 1, Cottrill in lane 3. Like lane 3 out front a little bit early. But still plenty of time as they race down over the tunnel. They'll pass in front of the grandstand and cross the finish line. Your winner is lane number 3.
The winning lane is 2. With a
Owen
time
Cottrell
of
takes the win. Cottrell, your winner in lane 3. So that'll move Clark over to the challengers bracket. Up next in lane 1, it will be from Ohio Valley, Brooklyn Doty. Doty in lane 1. And in lane 3, from Quakertown, it's Zoe Bean Mitchell. Mitchell in lane 3. Mitchell, 2 sisters, 5 brothers, 7 dogs, 2 cats, 2 snakes, and a bearded dragon. Brooklyn, meanwhile, we already saw Brooklyn's sister Chevelle out here. Talked about the 2 dogs and a rabbit. Brooklyn said her hero is Batman. Brooklyn wants to be a soldier someday. And we are off and racing. Brooklyn Doty in lane 1. With Zoe Mitchell in lane 3. Racing down towards the halfway marker. Close one so far between these two. Oh, this is going to be too close to call. Let's get it from the timer. It is lane number 2. Lane 3. We don't use lane 2 today, so give it to lane 3. Zoe Mitchell by 77 one-thousandths of a second. Zoe Mitchell moves on in the winner's bracket.
ready.
And that means Brooklyn Doty will move to the challengers bracket, but a great race between those two. Up next, the last heat of this round in the winner's bracket, lane 1. It's going to be from Orchard Park, New York, Marissa Swanson. Swanson in lane 1. And in lane 3, from Durham, Canada, Brennan Derby. Derby in lane 3. I mentioned earlier, good taste among these champs. Marissa's favorite food, Zuppa Toscana soup. Sounds good right about now. Mm-hmm. Think we can DoorDash some of that to the bridge? Would they? As both champs just about set to go here. Off and racing. Marissa Swanson in lane 1, Brennan Derby in lane 3. A couple of our great Super Kids families represented in this one. But who's moving on in the winner's bracket? Looks like lane 1 with a bit of an edge. Stuck down in that aerodynamic position and give it to lane number 1 of Marissa Swanson.
0. Ready.
Swanson gets the win in lane 1 to move on in the winner's bracket, and that'll slide Derby over to the challenger's bracket. Next up, Challengers bracket. It is going to be Heat 69. Stop me if you heard this one before. Swanson versus Derby. Different Swansons and Derbies, though. Lane 1, it's going to be from Orchard Park, New York, Dylan Swanson. Swanson in lane 1. And in lane 3 from Durham, Canada, it's going to be Owen Derby. Owen Derby in lane 3. So Dylan Swanson and Owen Derby set to go. Dylan, of course, our 2018 national champion. Favorite food is lobster for Dylan Swanson. Also a fan of math is Dylan Swanson. In addition to hockey, we told you about the sled hockey and the Muay Thai boxing. Owen also a fisherman and enjoys watching lacrosse. Off and racing between Dylan Swanson and Owen Derby. Swanson and Derby on their way down. It looks like an edge for lane 1. Yes, it is. Dylan Swanson
is 1 with a time of
Swanson in lane number 1, your winner. So Dylan will move on, and we congratulate Owen Derby on a great day of racing today. Next up in our challengers bracket, lane 1 from Piedmont area, Virginia, Jordan Hahn. Hahn in lane 1, and in lane 3 from Bowling Green, Kentucky, it's Anime Millette. Millette in lane 3. Hahn told us his hero is his mom. Some of the hobbies for Millette that we haven't talked about yet: playing with Barbies, reading, swimming, watching her playing soccer, and watching Bluey. I'm kind of surprised that's the first Bluey reference we've had today, to be honest with you. Can't go wrong with a little Bluey, right? So as we get them set to go. And we are racing between Hahn and Millette. Hahn out of Virginia, lane 1. Millette out of Kentucky in lane 3. Good close racing thus far between these two. And look at these two. This is going to be very close as they hit the line. But give it to lane number 3
with a time
of
0,
Anime Millette.
0.82
Anime
seconds.
is your winner.
Ready.
So Anime moves on to the next round. And we congratulate Jordan on an awesome day of racing out here today. Next up in the challengers bracket, lane 1 will be from Greater Ohio, Kaylin Hall. Hall in lane 1. And in lane 3 from Quakertown, it's Will Champlin II. Champlin II in lane 3. The heroes for these two champs, Kaylin says her hero is her family. Will says his heroes Aquaman and the Flash. Kaylin also told us a fan of track and field sports, playing Roblox and watching Outer Banks. So just about set to go here. And they're racing. Hall in lane 1. Champlin in lane 3. Racing down towards the finish line. Like a slight edge for lane number 1 here. And yes, it is. Lane 1, Kaylin Hall takes the win.
With a time of 0.
And moves on in our challengers bracket. So Hall moves on. And we congratulate Will Champlin II on some outstanding racing here today. Next up in our challengers bracket, lane 1 from Ohio Valley, it's Chevelle Doty. Doty in lane 1, and in lane 3 from Hopkinsville, Kentucky, Alden Odoms. Odoms in lane 3. Chevelle told us she enjoys swimming and watching the show Heartland, along with being outside and gardening. Odoms, I don't think we mentioned, in addition to singing, also enjoys drawing. And we are on track right now. And some good close racing between these two so far. Maybe a slight edge. Yeah, slight edge for lane 3 as they get down to the flat part of the track. Here comes the finish. They're cheering as they come across the line.
Lane is 2.
But it
With a
is
time of
lane number 3 of
0.
Alden
Ready.
Odoms who will move on to the next round. Odoms will move on. We congratulate Chevelle Doty on a great day of racing. But it'll be Odoms who we see in the next round in the challengers bracket. Next up in our challengers bracket, lane 1 from Greater Ohio, it's Adelise Schellenbarger. Schellenbarger in lane 1. And in lane 3 from Quakertown, it's Darren Sims. Sims in lane 3. Sims told us earlier his hero is Mr. Beast. How do we get Mr. Beast out here to do one of those YouTube challenges? Because that could be lucrative for some of these champs. You win a heat, like $100,000 for every time you win a heat or something like that, like Mr. Beast does. Half the bridge just said, put me in a car. I think you guys aged out. Sorry. About to see the first time he gets busted for a fake ID trying to be too young. And they are off and racing. Schellenbarger in lane 1, Sims in lane 3. For the record, we don't have $100,000 to give out to whoever wins this heat. But if somebody would like to donate, I'm sure there's someone in one of these red shirts that would love to help you. Schellenbarger with a slight edge, it looks like, as they cross halfway. And as they cross the finish line, it is indeed lane number 1
lane is 1
of Adelise Schellenbarger.
0. Ready.
Schellenbarger takes the win and advances in the challengers bracket. We'll congratulate Darren Sims on a great day of racing here today. We've got a battle of the Clarks next. They're not related, but lane 1 from Des Moines, Iowa, Aspen Clark. Clark in lane 1. And in lane 3 from Owensboro, Kentucky, it is Jack Clark. Jack Clark in lane 3. We always ask the champs who their heroes are. Aspen Clark said Jacob Ham. One of our great All-American champs, her soapbox derby driver. And we are racing. It's Aspen in lane 1, Jack in lane 3. Jack told is also a fan of soccer, swimming, playing Pac-Man, and eating cheeseburgers, and is sometimes called Donut Man. Sounds like that young man has good taste. Here they come down to the finish line. Who's it going to be? It is Aspen Clark moving on in lane 1. Aspen, your winner. That means it'll be one more round at least of the challengers bracket for Aspen Clark. And for Jack Clark, we say thanks for being out here today. Thank you for joining us. And a great job here this afternoon. Next up in lane number 1, it will be from Portage County, Ohio, Bryson Bright. Bright in lane 1. And in lane number 3, it'll be from Ohio Valley, Brooklyn Doty. Doty in lane 3. So we'll find out here in this heat if Bryson will continue his defense of his 2023 National Super Kids Classic Championship, or if it'll be Brooklyn Doty moving on. Brooklyn's favorite subject in school is art class. And we are racing. It's Bryson Bright in lane number 1. Brooklyn Doty in lane number 3. Close thus far. They cross over the tunnel. Here's where things tend to sort themselves out as you pass in front of the grandstand. It's going to be lane number 3.
2.
Brooklyn Doty is moving on to the next round. Doty, your winner. And that will conclude the day for Bryson Bright. But Bryson, we congratulate you on a great run today and a great reign as our National Super Kids Classic champion. And we hope to see you back here next year. Continuing in the challengers bracket, lane 1 from Greater Ohio, it's Esther Weekly. Weekly in lane number 1. And in lane number 3, from Durham, Canada, it is Brennan Derby. Derby in lane 3. Starting to race our way down as we work towards our final 6 champs who will come back tomorrow. And we hope everybody will join us tomorrow for the 86th running of the First Energy All-American Soapbox Derby. 6 of these champs will be there. Maybe one of these two will be Esther Weekly in lane 1, Brennan Derby in lane 3. They're on track and racing now. And here they come down towards the finish. Looks like we got a bit of an edge for lane number 1. And there they are at the finish. It is Esther Weekly in lane 1.
With a time of
Weekly, your winner. Moving on in the challengers bracket. And so we say thank you to Brennan Derby for being with us here this year. Congratulate him on a great run. And with that, if I'm counting the heat sheet correctly, we're down to 16 champs to settle this thing. We'll continue in our challengers bracket now. Lane 1 from Orchard Park, New York. It's going to be Dylan Swanson. Swanson in lane 1, and in lane 3 from Bowling Green, Kentucky, it's going to be Anna Mae Millette. Millette in lane 3. So getting set for Swanson and Millette. So Swanson likes lobster. Lobster is his favorite food. Anna Mae said she likes eating mac and cheese. Anybody else got a taste for lobster mac right about now? Getting these two champs set to go. And we are racing. Dylan in lane 1, Anna Mae in lane 3. We continue to work down our challengers bracket. Very close between these two. This is going to be a good one. Almost looked a little bit back and forth up at the top. Here they come down to the finish. This is going to be really close.
The winning
3/1000ths of a second, but give it to lane number 3.
0.003
wow.
seconds.
Anna Mae Millette by
Ready.
3/1000ths takes the win. So Anna Mae will move on. And Dylan Swanson, part of a very close finish. We congratulate Dylan on that and thank him for coming out today. But wow, Anna Mae Millette. And it looked like the lead changed hands, at least from here. Sometimes it's hard to judge who the leader is when it's that close, but it looked like it changed hands a good 2 or 3 times as they came down the track, at least from our perspective. So congratulations to Anna Mae Millette on that one. And I was thinking as they crossed under the bridge, I was starting to wonder if we were going to see our second dead heat of the day. Next up in lane number 1 from Greater Ohio, it's Kaylin Hall. Hall in lane 1. And in lane 3 From Hopkinsville, Kentucky, it's Alden Odoms. Odoms in lane 3. Galen Hall's favorite animal is a shark. Odoms, we told you earlier, his hero, Jessie the cowgirl in Toy Story. Both champs still getting loaded in. We want to remind you about the picnic tonight at FOP Lodge 7 on Lee Drive. There's going to Lay Drive. There's going to be music, swimming, games, fishing as well. Oh, no swimming. Oh. Everyone welcome. Hamburgers, hot dogs, all kinds of fun out there at the picnic tonight at FOP Lodge 7. Off and racing. Hall in lane 1, Odoms in lane 3. Another close one, maybe a short edge for lane number 1 here. And as they race their way down over the tunnel, here they come in front of the grandstand. We hear them having fun out there. Oh, yeah. It's lane number 1 of Kalen Hall.
With a time of
Hall, the winner of that one. So Kalen moves on to the next round of the challengers bracket. And we say thank you and congratulations to Alden Odoms for a great run out here. Heat 73 is next. Lane 1, it will be from Greater Ohio, Adelie Schellenbarger. Schellenbarger in lane 1. And in lane 3 from Des Moines, Iowa, Aspen Clark. Clark in lane 3. We got a fan of Twister and a fan of Candyland in this one. Respecting the classics. I like it. Heat 73 getting set to go. Schellenbarger's heroes, her mom and her grandma. Like Schellenbarger's ready. Getting Clark all set in lane 3. And we are off and racing. It's Schellenbarger in lane number 1. Clark in lane number 3. We've got champs from Ohio and Iowa coming down right now. The slight lead for Schellenbarger, and it is a win for lane number 1.
1 with a time
of
of
Annalise Schellenbarger.
0.2.
Schellenbarger, your
Ready.
winner. Moving on in the challengers bracket. But we congratulate Aspen Clark on an excellent run out here today. Next up in lane number 1, it's going to be from Ohio Valley, Brooklyn Doty. Doty in lane 1. And in lane number 3, from Greater Ohio, it's Esther Weekly. Weekly in lane 3. Brooklyn told us she loves meeting new people and is willing to help anyone. Very cool stuff. Esther told us her favorite animal, the Komodo dragon. Like Doty is just about set. Weekly just about set as well. And we are racing. Brooklyn Doty and Esther Weekly. Good one thus far. I see a big cheering section to welcome them in right in front of the grandstand. Cheer them on. Here they come. Racing down to the finish. It is lane number 3
is 2
of Esther
Ready.
Weekly. Weekly wins heat 74. And we'll move on in the challengers bracket. And we say congratulations as well to Brooklyn Doty on a great job out here. We're going to move back to the winners bracket coming up. In lane 1, this is heat 77, by the way. In lane 1, from Wild West Soapbox Derby in Nebraska, it's Ethan Auerda. Auerda in lane 1. And in lane 3 from Durham, Canada, it is Owen Derby. Check that. Jay Yannick, my apologies. Jay Yannick is next against Ethan Auerda. So it'll be Auerda in lane 1, Yannick in lane 3. I don't think we've shouted out Jay's family yet. His brother, Jay Rye, his dog, Copper. Told us his favorite colors, yellow and green. Fan of country music, riding bikes, and soccer. Like I said earlier, we should consider giving the champs the aux one of these years. Something tells me there'd be some good DJs in this group. Racing between Auerda and Yannick. Ethan in lane 1, Jay in lane 3, as our champs from Nebraska and Pennsylvania are coming down the track right now. And pretty close thus far. Still close as they get ready to come in for the finish.
The winning
But it goes to lane number 1 of Ethan Auerda.
Ready.
Aorta takes the win and will advance in our winners bracket. That'll slide Jay Yannick over to the challengers bracket. Heat 78 is next. Lane 1 will belong to Greater Ohio's Tristan Knight Dennison. Knight Dennison in lane 1. And in lane 3, from Akron, Ohio, Justin Rhoda. Rhoda in lane number 3. Shout out Justin's family. His siblings, Ashley and Colton. 3 horses, 2 goats, 2 cats, 2 dogs. A Doberman named Odie and a Great Dane named Gus. Knight Dennison told us a fan of science and gym class, along with Roblox and rock music. So as we get Knight Dennison and Rhoda set to go. They got the hatch closed on Knight Dennison. Just waiting on Rhoda now. Rhoda, our 2022 national champion. All right, looks like we got the hatch closed for Rhoda, and we are racing. Tristan Knight Dennis in lane 1. Justin Rhoda in lane 3. Racing their way down. Looks like it's a bit of an edge for lane 3. Here they come to the finish line, and it is lane number 3.
The winning lane is 2.
Of Justin Rhoda.
0. Ready.
So Rhoda gets the win and moves on in our winner's bracket. That'll move Knight Dennison to the challengers bracket. Heat 79 is next. Lane 1, it is from Madisonville, Kentucky, Caden Hankins. Hankins in lane 1. And in lane 3, out of Wild West Soapbox Derby, it's Owen Cottrill. They are racing. They are past halfway. They're over the tunnel. They're in front of the grandstand. They cross the finish line, and it is lane number 1.
Lane is 1.
Of Caden Hankins.
0.6.
Hankins, the winner of that one, will advance in the winner's bracket. That'll move Owen over to the challengers bracket. Next up, it's going to be in lane number 1 from Quakertown, Ohio, Zoe Mitchell. Mitchell in lane 1. And in lane number 3 from Orchard Park, New York, Marissa Swanson. Swanson in lane 3. Zoe, a fan of drawing and hunting, along with that equestrian and no-bake cookies we were talking about earlier. Marissa, our Zuppa Toscana soup connoisseur. That sounds like a good dinner. Zuppa Toscana soup, no-bake. Now I'm just getting hungry up here. And we were fed well by Papa John's Pizza today, by the way. So we get those champs set to race. And we are racing. It's Zoe Mitchell in lane 1, Marissa Swanson in lane 3. Last heat of this round in the winner's bracket. Heat 88 if you're following along on a heat sheet. Looks like Swanson has a little bit of a lead here. As the track flattens off in front of the grandstands, they cross the finish line. It is lane number 3.
The winning lane is 2.
Marissa Swanson.
0 point. Ready.
Swanson takes the win and advances in the winner's bracket. But we'll see Zoe again coming up in the challengers bracket. So give you an update on what the heat sheets look like right now. We're down to 12 champs. On the winners bracket side, you've got Ethan Aorta, you've got Justin Rhoda, you've got Hayden Hankins, and you've got Marissa Swanson. That's your winner's bracket. Then in the challengers bracket, top to bottom, you've got Adelie Schellenbarger, you've got Zoe Mitchell, then you've got Esther Weekly and Owen Cottrell, then you've got Anime Millette and Tristan Knight Dennison, and at the bottom of the heat sheet, you've got Kaylin Hall and Jay Yannick. So those are your 12 that are still competing. So we'll whittle it down, and once we get to 6, those 6 will transfer to tomorrow to race for the championship during the First Energy All-American Soapbox Derby. Heat 81 is next in our challengers bracket. Lane 1 from Greater Ohio, it'll be Adelie Schellenbarger. Schellenbarger in lane 1. And in lane number 3, it will be from Quakertown, Ohio, Zoe Mitchell. Mitchell in lane number 3. And they are racing. Schellenbarger, lane 1. Mitchell in lane 3. One of these champs moving on in the challengers bracket. Who's it going to be? It's close. Here they come. It is lane number 1.
Is 1.
Of Adelie Schellenbarger. Adelie Schellenbarger by .125, moving on to the next round. And so we say a big congratulations to Zoe Mitchell for a great day of racing out here. Awesome job out here today to Zoe. Heat 82 is next. Lane 1, it's going to be from Greater Ohio, Esther Weekly. Weekly in lane 1. And in lane 3 from Wild West Soapbox Derby in Nebraska, Owen Cottrell. Cottrell in lane 3. So getting set between our fan of art, science, and soccer and our fan of Minecraft, swimming, and watching Jurassic Camp.
Bruce will laugh. Yeah. Wait, what are we doing? Oh, 82. Are we skipping? All right, so we are.
Okay, so we're going to switch things here. All right, maybe we're not switching things. Weekly in lane 1, Cottrell in lane 3. The other one will be down in a minute. But Weekly and Cottrell on track right now. We'll see who's moving on between Esther and Owen. They are about halfway down right now. Bit of a lead here for lane number 1, and it is lane number 1.
Lane is 1.
By just over a tenth, Esther Weekly is moving on to the next round. So Weekly will advance in the challengers bracket. We say congratulations to Owen. Great job out here today. And now we'll get to, this is heat 83, lane 1 from Bowling Green, Kentucky, Anime Millette. Millette in lane 1. And in lane number 3, from Greater Ohio, it's Tristan Knight Dennison. Knight Dennison in lane 3. A couple fans of swimming in this one. Both Anime and Tristan said they are fans of swimming. And we are racing. Millette in lane 1, Knight Dennison in lane 3. It's Kentucky versus Ohio. And looking close so far. Past halfway and over the tunnel. And now we see a lead opening up, and it is lane number 3 of Tristan Knight Dennison.
A time of 0.
Knight Dennison will advance to the next round. And we congratulate Anime Millette on an awesome day out here today. Heat 84 is next, lane 1. It'll be from Greater Ohio, Kaylin Hall. Hall in lane 1. And in lane 3 from Sharpsville, Pennsylvania, Jay Yanak. Yanak in lane 3. So Hall, our champ with a small petting zoo at home. 6 cats, 3 dogs, 2 betta fish. Yanak, our fan of hot dogs, chicken, and pierogies. So just about set between Hall and Yanak. Last heat of this round in the challengers bracket. And they are racing. Kalen Hall in lane 1. Jay Yanak in lane 3. Looking good so far between these two. And as they pass over the tunnel, they drive in front of the grandstand. They cross the finish line.
The winning
It is lane
is
number 1 of
a
Kalen
time of
Hall.
0.18
Kalen Hall will advance to the next round.
seconds.
And we congratulate Jay Yanak on an awesome run out here today. Job well done to Jay.
Ready.
Back to the winner's bracket we go. This will be Heat 87. Just 4 champs left on the winner's side. Lane 1, it'll be from Wild West Soapbox Derby in Nebraska, Ethan Auerda. Auerda in lane 1. And in lane number 3, from Akron, Ohio, it's Justin Rhoda. Rhoda in lane 3. So getting set for a start between Auerda and Rhoda. Looks like we've got Rhoda just about settled in lane 3.
Got a young man in the chair, and then Justin Rhoda, then the seat is set.
It looks like we're going to change cars there in lane number 1. Don't forget, our final 6 champs will race tomorrow as part of the 86th running of the First Energy All-American Soapbox Derby. Hope you'll join us tomorrow for what should be an incredible day of racing and an absolutely beautiful day, one way or another, at Derby Downs, if the weather forecasters are to be believed. Looks like we might be just about set up there. And we are racing. Ethan Howard in lane 1, Justin Rhoda in lane 3. As they race down past halfway over the tunnel in front of the grandstand, here they come. Give the win to lane number
The
3
winning
of
lane
Justin
is
Rhoda.
with a time of 0.
Rhoda is the winner
0.41
in lane number
seconds.
3. So Rhoda advances in the winner's bracket, and we'll slide Ethan over to the challenger's bracket.
Ready.
Heat 88 is next. Lane 1 from Madisonville, Kentucky, it's Caden Hankins. Hankins in lane 1. And in lane number 3, it is from Orchard Park, New York, Marissa Swanson. Swanson in lane 3. And we are racing. Caden Hankins in lane 1. Marissa Swanson in lane 3. As these champs from Kentucky and New York race to settle this heat of the winner's bracket. Close one, too. Here they come to the finish line. But the win goes
The
to
winning
lane
lane
number
is
3 of
2
Marissa
with a time
Swanson.
of 0.19
Swanson, your winner,
seconds.
advancing in the winner's bracket, and that'll move Hankins over to the challenger's bracket.
Ready.
So getting ready for our next heat. We're moving back to the challengers bracket now. Lane 1, it'll be from Greater Ohio, Adelie Schellenbarger. Schellenbarger in lane 1. And in lane 3, from Greater Ohio, it's Esther Weekly. Weekly in lane 3. So 2 champs from Greater Ohio set to do battle here. And we are racing. Schellenbarger in lane 1. Weekly in lane 3. Couple of the outstanding champs from Greater Ohio duking it out right now in the challengers bracket. And this is close. Look at this. Who's it going to be?
The winning lane is
By just
2
over a
with a
tenth.
time of
Give it to lane number 3 of Esther Weekly.
Ready.
Weekly will advance in the challengers bracket. But that was a good one coming down the hill. Very, very close. Congratulations on a great day to Adelie Schellenbarger. And next up, it will be in lane number 1 from Greater Ohio, Tristan Knight Dennison. Knight Dennison in lane 1. And in lane number 3, also from Greater Ohio, it's Kaylin Hall. Hall in lane 3. And this is our last heat of the day between Knight Dennison and Hall. A couple more champs from Greater Ohio. Almost set to go. So, with this being our last heat of the day, we want you to give these champs all the support you can. And we are racing for the last time today. Knight Dennison in lane 1. It's Hall in lane 3. Give them some support as they make their way. Cheer them on. Make some noise for them. Here they come. They race their way down to the finish. And it is lane
The
number
winning
1,
lane
Tristan
is
Knight
1.
Dennison.
A time of 0.3.
Tristan Knight Dennison takes the win
Ready.
and will advance. But congratulations to Kalen Hall for some great racing out here today. And with that, we have whittled it down to our final 6, which will compete tomorrow in the 86th running of the First Energy All-American Soapbox Derby. And they are Esther Weekly, Ethan Auerda, Tristan Knight Dennison, Caden Hankins, Justin Rhoda, and Marissa Swanson. So those 6 will duke it out tomorrow to determine the National Super Kids Classic champion. And we congratulate them and all of our champs for being out here today. Also want to say a big thank you to all the volunteers who make this event possible, everybody who's been working out in the sunshine down at Run Out, everybody at the starting line and in the pavilion, everybody here on the bridge who was not sweating it out because it was freezing up here earlier this morning. We also want to thank the tech crew from the International Soapbox Derby for taking good care of us today. Jay and John and Xander, appreciate your guys' help with getting us on the live stream today. We'll thank our sponsors one last time. Of course, the Oriole Lodge for everything that they do for us. The Chaparrals Baton and Drum Corps, FOP Lodge 7, Jeffrey's Towing Auto and Truck, Pi Kappa Epsilon, FOP Associate Lodge 6 and Auxiliary Number 1, Miller's Towing, the Ancient Order of Hibernians, the Police and Firemen's Insurance Association, the Akron Legal News, J-Rail, the Harding Concordia Lodge 345, Akron Auto Auction, and Do-It-Yourself Pull Apart. We congratulate our champions again. We thank our families. We hope to see all of you back here next year. We also hope to see you tonight at the picnic over at FOP Lodge 7. Should be a great time starting at 5 o'clock. And I want to thank everybody from the Super Kids Classic for having me back again this year. This is my 4th or 5th year. I've lost count. But it has been great every single year. It is an honor and a privilege to get to serve as your race announcer here at Derby Downs. So best of luck to our final 6 tomorrow. We wish you a great rest of your night, and thank you for coming out. We'll see you next year here at Derby Downs. This is a mic test for the webcast of the 86th running of the First Energy All-American Soapbox Derby.
Ready.
This is another microphone test for the webcast of the 86th running. Another microphone test for tomorrow's running of the 86th First Energy All-American Soapbox Derby.